Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another stream. Hopefully you guys have been having a good couple of days. Like I said, I was originally supposed to stream yesterday, but I got like an offer for a gig at my job, so I went with that instead. Today we're going to be doing probably more of the Bazaar after we delve into a new game called Nunholy. I believe it was created by Chowby, which is also the creator of The Wedding Witch. So pretty excited about that. I've already played a bit of the game, as you're going to see, once we kind of get into it. Hello. So I'm probably going to be starting a new save file, because as far as I know, you get like 4 save slots. I'm not sure if they're planning like a 4th character. And what I mean by that is it doesn't seem like you can switch in between characters, because there are 3. And I sort of unknowingly picked what seems to be the easy mode character. Had no idea, but I'm excited nonetheless to kind of dive into that and check out what the other 2 characters are, because I have played a ranged character. It's turning out pretty good, so I'm really excited about that. But I mean, without further ado, I guess we might as well kind of get into it, because I'm excited to play this. It's a roguelike game, which I really enjoy. And if you know anything about The Wedding Witch, and I'm sure you're going to find out when we get into Nunholy, it is very much an anime game up my alley, and it might be up yours too. So let's kind of dive in here. I'm going to go ahead and start that, and then I'm going to switch over here. Do that, and then let's cut the music here for a little bit. Oops. Let's hope it eventually populates in here, because I did test it before and it looked like it did. Okay, there we go. It just took a little bit to get in there, so. Yeah, I'm currently playing as Marie. But like I said, it doesn't seem like you can switch between characters. And you do, there are 3. I was actually introduced to this game. I saw Sinner playing it, and so I was like, oh, that's like really cool. That's really neat. This is the character that I'm playing, Marie, who is apparently like a half vampire. Yeah, very much a distance character. So I wasn't really sure. Just seemed cool. Helps that they're easy on the eyes as well. But she is the distance character, and then Freya and Sane are some other characters. It looks like Sane might be sort of a mix of distance and melee, and then Freya just seems like almost pure melee. I've seen Cinder play as Freya, which is why I kind of went with Marie. But I think I'm gonna try Sane and see how that goes. I don't know if the music is too loud. If anything, let me bit more. That's probably fine. But yeah, okay, let's start a new one. Let's start with Sane. Kind of take it from there.
漆黒の闇が訪れ、月明かりだけが大地を照らすと、狩りの時間が始まる。絶えず人間の血を欲しがるヴァンパイアたちと、そのヴァンパイアを狙うハンターたちの時間が。
Righto, righto. I most instinctively skipped that. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's like I throw knives, kind of like, Ciel from Tsukihime. Oh, very Virgil-like. I see. Alright. Cool. Okay, so I am limited in distance, so it's kind of like a mid-range character. Interesting. I see. Yeah, so it's like your sword fan with the sub button there. Oh, cool. Okay. I did not know that was a, like a dash. It's not really a dash cancel, but like a dash attack. Pretty neat. And like, I don't know if these are called artifacts, but they're stuff that you can pick up that, you know, it does extra stuff. For example, like right here, the giant hammer deals additional physical damage on the main weapon's final hit. So, cool. Oh, I see. Alright. Yeah, you kind of want to break what you can, just because they could have like money or items. It's usually money though, but I see. Okay. I mean, this is definitely different. Oh, neat. That's cool. I think this gives me an ultimate. Summon a storm that deals blood damage to nearby enemies, grants invulnerability, pool of blood. I think we're gonna go with Bloodstorm. That's probably good, considering what kind of character I am. The question is, which door do I want? I think we're gonna go with this one. Just because we can use that to improve relationships with certain characters. And also, if we make it to the end game for whatever reason, we can use it for an upgrade, which is good. Okay. Ooh, okay. Blood Wave creates a wave that deals blood damage at the skill's activation point. Bloody Assault fires a projectile that deals blood damage to enemies hit by the sub-weapon. Let's go with that one. Okay, we don't have enough for one of those, so actually let's go here. Okay. Got it. So technically we can give them a gift, which we should. That will up their affinity, and I believe, yeah, so each level does one of these, and it costs one more each time. We can't afford anything, but that's just sort of like interesting. I think we're gonna go for another one, just in case we run into anyone else. This isn't like super precise, but that's kind of fine. I think I got hit there. Okay. Sure. Thorns. Actually, let's limit our damage. We seem to be taking a lot. But I think that's kind of mostly due to my inexperience with this character. Okay. I do like the idea of getting sort of your blades back when it seems like you don't use all of them. Or at least that's what it feels like to me, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, we don't have enough for you. I think this is a mid-boss gate. Or at the very least, like a elite enemy gate, I think. Yeah. Let's shield down. Alright. Creates an area of continuous holy damage at the main weapon's point of impact. Got it. So we got you, we got you. Is there anything else? No. And there's nothing to be gained with that, so I think we're gonna go here. Oh, I see. Yeah, it does do that, huh? Okay. or more. Alright. Creates an energy slash, deals blood damage when attacking with the main weapon, charges blood energy when causing enemies to bleed. Yeah, probably that, huh? I think we're gonna go with this. I believe the chalice is max HP up. It's a lot of enemies. Jeez. Ouch. Oh my god. Okay. Additional fire damage. Okay. I hope this is healing. Pretty sure it's healing. It looks like it's healing. Okay, good. Well, first let's do that so that we can. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that gives us a chance at least. So let's go with that. Both seem pretty good. And now we have the boss. Let's go middle, I guess. Hoping for... Oh, right. We have to do this first. Okay. Yeah, with these seals, it's usually 3 fights and then the actual exit. So, I mean, you always want to do the fights if you can. Just because, you know, more EXP and what have you. Perfect. Let's do that. Should be the last one. Okay. Perfect. All right. Have to hold it down, I forgot. Okay, Knight Archer. I thought I dodged. Okay, I guess not. Damn. I really thought I dodged through that, but I guess not. Uh-huh. Okay. Alright, so we have two thingies that we can use. Uh-huh. Right, right. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Right. I kind of have this weird habit where I sort of level everything kind of evenly, so sorry. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, the start, they always give you like a random item. 33% chance to deal additional physical damage from the main weapon hits the enemy. And then if you have like other weapons, you can change them out here. So, oops, didn't mean to do that. But it's like that, so. Alright, well, back into it we go. Oh, so that's the extra damage, huh? Alright. Not bad. Let's do that one. I think we're gonna go with health, because last time we kind of got destroyed. What the hell? Okay, somehow that didn't hit me, but the thing from the side did. Right. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. keep on pressing the ultimate button, even though I don't have one yet. Okay. Huh. Alright. Yeah, might as well get strong off rip, huh? Okay. Sure. Okay, so it's additional space to grow things, maximum health. Okay, yeah, so it will absorb a certain amount of damage, it looks like. Actually, kind of surprised haven't found an ultimate yet. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it does kind of limit the options as far as what else might be available. Okay. Sure. Oh, yeah, this could get us an ultimate. Okay. Well, it feels like we're doing better than last time, so... Okay, so... Blood... Drops blood spheres on surrounding enemies, creates a pool of blood... I actually want to try this, even though blood storms are probably still the best option for my character. Let's go here, because that would have led us to items that we can't afford, really. Let's do a donation. That way we can get some fresh blood there. Sure. Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, I just got a alert here from my job. I apologize. think I want to work that late. Let me see what my calendar looks like that day. 6:45. Yeah, I don't know about that. Not that I don't appreciate it, but okay. Oh yeah, let's try out the new. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's like a blood cannon, sort of. Wait, did that still hit me? What the hell? Let's do that. Let's go here. Getting into some weird stuff. I guess we'll go here again because can't really afford anything. Well, we can't really even afford anything here. Okay, we don't have enough. We're at a boss. Okay. Would have liked to have been at more health, but that is my fault. Okay. There are certain hitboxes that I'm not sure about because it feels like I'm kind of getting cheaped out a bit. Alright. Shadow Lancer. Oh, come on. Really? Damn. Yeah, not easy to win with this character, it seems. I really did get sort of the easy pick the first time. I didn't complete any quests. Oh, I need another one. Let's do that. should be able to update one thing. Yeah. Alright, which artifact are we getting this time? Heated soldering iron. Physical attacks have the chance to ignite. Okay. I'll take that, sure. By not a large frequency, it seems. Really? Okay. Sure. Let's try and get an ultimate so that we can have our full repertoire of attacks. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, despite the game's flaws, it's actually quite solid and I do like it a lot. So, some of the shortcomings aside, I'm sure they can fix in due time. I don't know if this is a solo dev or not. I can imagine, probably. Ooh. Never seen that before. Interested. I don't remember what this gate does, so let's check it out. Yeah, should probably do that, huh? Okay, we need a transfusion ASAP. Please. Thank you. Oh, another one of these. Okay. That's really neat. Close. Somehow that didn't kill me, or not kill me rather, but didn't hit me. Yeah. That's sort of an easy pick. Yes, I do as well. I appreciate you stopping by. iOS. Or ILS. Is it okay if I call you IO? I hope that's okay. But I appreciate you stopping by nonetheless. But yes, I'm also enjoying some nuns. Who doesn't, right? Oh yeah, I do. I did see that there were level 1 runs as far as achievements. Is it not? Is it not like super bad? Okay, cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. Cool. Yeah, probably, huh? I mean, it sounds like I know this game hasn't been out for a long time, but it sounds like you have been putting, a lot of time into this. So more relics. Oh, okay. So it does kind of balance you out. That's cool. Oh, of course I would die there. Level 1 runs offer you more relics in exchange. You don't have passives like heal on kill and the likes. However, moon rooms and the respective ults you can get are still fair game. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Alright, we don't have a quest. Oh, true. That's right, because you don't typically level, which makes a lot of sense. True. Yeah, I've played, the only other one that I played is the nun with like the stake launcher. I've seen people use the nun with the axe. But I haven't used them yet. Right. Yeah, I mean, right now, I think as like as sort of like a standalone game, it's definitely got a decent amount of content right now. But it could use more because it is pretty sparse. Like, even though I'm losing runs with this character, I don't feel like the game is insanely difficult. And that it's sort of kind of a matter of time in certain regards. But I don't know, I mean, it seems like there's like a decent amount of replayability at the moment. It just feels like it's super repetitive because there's only so much that you can do right now. So I don't know. I also hope they will add nudity in a future update as a side option you can press if you want. Hey man, sorry, I'm like sort of assuming. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that would be kind of fun, huh? I mean, it definitely seems like we're kind of on the way to it already, in certain respects. Because I mean, how can you not be with characters that look like this, right? So, just don't assume I'm gay and we good. Fair enough. I mean, I think even if anyone were, they could appreciate the you know, some anime titties, right? Nothing really wrong with that. Or at least not in my purview. Oh yeah? Why is that? It's just like some weird assumption. Is that like a common misconception? You don't know why. I mean, I would say it definitely seems baffling if that's something that becomes commonplace and you're not. Although I guess people do tend to assume sort of a lot of things, so I don't know. Don't know. Can't say that I've ever been a victim of that, but you know, maybe I'm just lucky, unlucky, I don't know. I'm not sure what you would call that. Happens IRL, happened to longtime friends and just people who meet me online. I don't know, you must give out some kind of vibe for whatever reason. I'm not really sure why that is, but that's kind of a weird assumption for people to sort of just make. So I don't know. Ow. I'll allow that. Yeah, sorry, Automod is a bit weird there, but gayest vibes possible. Yep. Causes an explosion that deals fire. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Automod is everyone's nemesis, I suppose. Okay. I wasn't just firing into the ether for no reason. Personally, I always go to the doors which increase affinity. Some grinding level 1 runs to get an ending. I also use the coin door alarm more. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Alright. Oh. Alright. Neat. Sure. Why not? Okay. I don't know. Out of all three characters, who's your favorite? Or the one that you tend to stick to the most, I guess. Nice. Oop. Oh, that's the one that I picked. Yeah, probably, huh? Ow. Alright, come on now. Alright, going another fight below half. Oh, this is the guy that kicked my ass like a couple times ago. Wow. That did literally nothing. And dead. Damn. I'm not finding success with this character. I hear ya. I hear ya. I hear ya. In fact, actually, since I have my other character, let me switch to them. I mean, I think a lot of people would, right? You know? That's just kind of how the cookie tends to crumble. Oh, right. I mean, if they're offering, it's probably not something that a lot of people would turn down, I imagine. Periodic holy damage. Honestly, your outfit could easily skip having anything underneath because those white stripes cover more than enough. That's true. Quite true. Alrighty. Oops. Alright. A range weapon like that would be a dream for level 1 runs. Yeah, right? Actually like Bat Swarm. Let's go with that. Gold Cross. Let's go with you. Cat, could you stop doing that? Nice. Especially because the queen is so aggressive. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've only fought her once, but it's actually it's a pretty difficult fight, even with ranged. Although it is surprising how much, well, unsurprisingly, how much range seemingly just kind of makes a lot of fights like sort of trivial. Yeah. Let's do that. I just melted everything, no problem when leveling up. Yeah. Quite true, quite true. Chalice? Yeah. I actually thought that slash got me. Elite enemy, let's go. Oh hey, it's you. Do you have like a fully maxed out character? Seems like you've played a lot, so... Nice try, asshole. Yep. Without question. Ooh. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Nice. Okay. Oh. Okay, hold on. They just sent me another block. Yep, not going with that one either. It's a good try. Oh, I didn't realize that I was not leveling you up. I usually always go middle, so let's go right. Okay. First one when I maxed out was the one who heals you after boss fights. Got it. That makes sense. There we go. Damage. She just happened to be there when I had a bunch. I mean, that's still, like, even if it was accidental, that's still kind of good by coincidence. Oh, okay. Yep. I would argue the girl with infusions and the one with garlic are better. Potentially, yeah. Oh, these things. These freaking weird xenomorph looking bastards. That works. I still haven't figured out what physical is good for as damage type. Yeah, I mean... I'm not gonna lie, most of the... I just see damage type, and I just think, ooh, numbers go up. And that's kind of it. I very much caveman my way through this game, for the most part. Burn is dot, holy's delayed, yeah. I mean, physical just seems like kind of what it is, right? Just straight up raw damage. Ugh, I hate these things so much. Cat, I sense that you want to go out. Give me a second. Let me complete this combat first. Oh, these guys, right. Be behind an explosion. Ouch. I don't know, maybe. I mean, bleed's like its own damage type too, right? So... Okay, cat. You clearly want to go out. Here. There you go. Enjoy. I mean, that is very much a possibility. I don't really kind of know outside of myself, so I'm not sure. Possibly. Can't rule out that possibility, so... Sure. Okay, so we got that there. We got that up there. Why not? Alright, what do you want now, cat? I already let your brother out. Now you want to go out too? Yes? Okay. Alright. Alright, yeah. There you go. There you go. Alright. I swear, those two. Damage. One of those. And one of these. Transfusion. Thank you. Did get hit by that. Even though that chance seems pretty low. So that's the only door. Alright, what is going on? Weird hitboxes. Weird hitboxes. apparently we keep picking the right option. This one. Okay. I was like, am I insane? What the fuck? Alright. Bloody Lord? Oh. Flying guy. Okay. Got it. So we can't attack you unless you're on the ground. Ouch. Okay. That seemed alright, I guess? Oh yeah? Like fun or like fun TM? Sure, let's do that. God, why are you like this? I mean, I'm not complaining, it's just Jesus. Ah, gotcha. Oh, that was fun. Got a moon, we've got chalice. What are those guys? For whatever reason that didn't hit. Queen fight, I constantly have to think, do I dash in to attack or do I use my skill to close the gap? Took a bit to kill, but wasn't so bad. I got you. Ooh, spiders. Bazaar. Oh, we haven't had one of those in a while. I guess that's the only one we got, so fine. Ah, these guys. I hate them. Thankfully, we have a weapon that can just go right the hell through that stuff. Because I imagine getting around with melee is not a fun time. I remember these. Don't like them at all. Doing them with melee is an ordeal. Yeah, it seems like it. Revive being only available at level 2+ is also. Yeah. Well, I mean, they have to add in some level of challenge, right? So I imagine that's kind of how you would do that. Even though that's kind of a fucked up way to do it. Alright. Okay, we do have enough to do that. Nice. True, true. Always a way around it. Usually. Alright. Very least, you telegraph your moves, so that's something, I suppose. Okay. Nothing else. Well, nope. Some indicator, right? Oh yeah, you guys do fire out projectiles, huh? Totally forgot about that. Right. Very true, very true. That makes sense, but I don't know why I didn't think that wouldn't be a thing. But that does make a lot of sense. Isaac has a similar thing, but it got changed so much. I don't know what it applies to and when. I mean, yeah, that does make sense, kind of, when you think about it, right? I do know what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Must be an enemy off screen somewhere over here. Yep. Wow. Okay. Fair enough. Cool. One of those. Actually, let's fight one of yous. Forgot what you are. Oh, okay. I was gonna say probably the slime, but I guess the spider, huh? Okay, man, can you chill out? Jeez. We got here iron stake. Deals physical damage to nearby enemies when enemies killed. Not really a whole lot of use for bosses, but I guess that's something. Like I got stuck in the animation there. It's the one that we got. For some reason, the bush completely blocked that. got here? Spider Queen. Oh, that one's dead. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Had a phone call. Sure. Alrighty. Okay. Ow. Chalice. Moon. Yeah. All right.
Huh?
was gonna say, where is it? Alright. Should probably use my ult as often as possible, huh? Sure. Hello? There we go. Sure. Why not? Even though I can't afford shit. Like musket soldier enemies. Really don't like them. They make me panic. Like that. Really? Really? Just the right amount of pixel off. Hello. Nice. Sure. Oh. Well, I guess we'll choose one of them. Physical damage, holy sword, skill, attack power. Ooh, let's go with this one this time.
「 」 「 」 「 」 「 」 「 」 「 」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 "」 「」 "」 "」 ""
as much health as we can. Who are we up against, though? The Widow. Okay. Well, I don't know. Cool, I guess. Okay, full heal. Feels like it's a boss. Multi-phase? Yep. Ow. Okay. Third phase? No. I wonder if that was Bloodborne inspired. It looked and kind of played like Maria. That's cool though. I like it.
ヴァン
I
パイ
like
ア
it.
女王の心臓が姿を現すと、彼女の体の中に眠っていた何かが目覚めた。より強い力への熱望、その熱望に気づいたかのように、心臓が彼女の体を包み始めた。闇の王座の新しい主人が誕生した。新しい支配者を歓迎するかのように、月がさらにきらびやかに輝く夜だった。
I mean, the outfit certainly doesn't leave a lot to the imagination, huh? I guess the lust for power is too much. That's cool, though. Vampire ending. That's pretty neat. I like that. Oh, just 2 quests, huh? Nice. Affinity. Artifacts. Okay. So we're pretty close with some of these. Oh. Okay, nothing else of was just a weird asterisk mark there. Alright. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad. I think right now we're gonna go ahead and switch on over. That was me, not you. Let's exit out of there real quick. And let me add this. Okay, and while that's all loading up, I will be right back. Whoops, there we go. Now we're back. Yep. Ooh.
Well, howdy.
Really? I was hoping we were gonna get a early proboscis. That would have been cool.
Hat's been sitting there 20 years.
Oh well.
Waiting for you.
Banana bowl, I guess. You don't really have enough to beat the Viper. What's this? Whoa. Okay, phone, calm down. I'm okay with that. I think we're just kind of gonna leave it as is. Small and large? Eh.
Now this is health food. Literally.
Slow item? Okay. Feeling this is not going to go well. Ooh, shield. Okay, yeah. Don't think so. Actually, do I have on Saturday? Do I have anything for Saturday, I wonder? Pretty sure I did. Okay, yeah, I already did. Alright. Aquatic item. That's okay.
Place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Gains haste. Crit, yeah.
It takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste. Tell
Take
everyone
that.
you got it here.
Crab. Although we could actually lose to crab, to be honest, so. Let's hope not. But we definitely can. Okay. Well, we didn't lose. So, that's good.
See that plank? Walk it.
Still, we can definitely do better. Okay.
This belongs to a great sea king. I mean, probably.
Wish there was more we could kind of get from there, but fine.
Go ahead. Underestimate me.
Whether or not we get through
more
this.
fun.
Let's see. Ooh, small items. Interesting. to say, I feel like he's got the upper hand here. Especially since he has regeneration that basically nullifies my poison. He's got more HP than I do, so I think he wins the attrition battle as well. Oh no, just barely. Okay. Okay. We've got a game here, we've got a game.
Another empty chest, waiting to be
Let's
filled.
put you in. The other two options are kind of not good, you know? Kind of not good.
How do you hugelings use these things?
Beach ball.
That's fine, don't care.
Nice. Honestly, I think we lose to all of them.
I have too much strength for one thing.
I mean, probably. Maybe not. Maybe not. Looks like poison is going to carry us through here. Good job. Good job. I mean, combat's kind of boring, but this isn't bad, I think. There we go.
Shame to the Volcander Islands.
Not the most ideal build, that's for sure. Ooh, okay. Beach ball.
Don't have scales.
Okay. Barrel. We're actually about to level, so... Okay, there's that
The
level.
rest of the tyrant's gold. Ooh, the
Let's
keener
level
the
you up.
blade, the quicker the fight.
Let's put you in.
You should know, I'm a bit of a
I do not
legend
know what
on
kind of
the
dually
island.
this is. Flame. Damn. Pretty solid build, too. Well, this is our loss for sure. It's ramping up fire quicker than I can ramp up shield, so unfortunately, this is Jover. Oh, he's got a full build already. Look at this. Metronome, too. It's insane.
Some engineers fix
Tools.
things. I make the things they fix things
Oof,
with.
that was expensive. Probably shouldn't have done that, to be honest.
Bet you'll be
Shovel's
surprised
not
when that
bad.
comes in handy.
Can get us some random stuff that might be good. And of course we get aquatic after.
That means it's treasure.
Feels bad, man. You get rid of that anyway.
Thank you.
Too bad we can't see what's on the other side of that, but fine. Alright, Dervish it is.
Scorched like the desert sun.
Normally I would have taken on Hydra Dude, but I don't think we could have won, so... Yeah, this one should be in the back. Easy peasy, easy peasy.
Perhaps we struck the
Nice.
wrong caravan.
Nice, 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 nice.
People first, profit 10. So,
Yeah,
how
why
about this
not?
leather we're... Oh, you're leaving.
Oh my god. Ooh. Not gonna lie, I kinda need that.
Happy to make a sale.
Okay. Damn. Not exactly the shield item I was looking for, but fine. Yep. Oceanic Rush.
Had a breakthrough.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oh, that's interesting. I think this guy's gonna beat me on poison. Yeah, because the countdown... Yeah, he's built up so much poison on me, I'm not going to survive by the time the storm starts. It's going to take a bit too much time to ramp up.
You fall like a boulder. I flow like a wave.
We had him on shields, but poison was too much. That's okay. It happens. It happens. Medium?
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Shell, please? No.
Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
I've got everything you need to do anything you want.
Too bad we
It's
can't
okay
afford
to just
that.
practice. It's research.
I think we can survive the nobles, so we're gonna go for it. Maybe not. Yeah, we're gonna run into the exact same problem as last time.
Get back to
Yeah.
Harrow on me.
Miscalculation. Miscalculation on my part. Well, I mean, that is something. I wonder it's a bit slow, but
Peace.
it kind of gives us something, so...
Our energy's resonating.
Hmm. Hmm. Alright.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
I should warn
I feel like it's probably going to be too slow for Pig.
barbarians.
Yeah. Don't have a good feeling about this, but... I think he's going to build up too much shield by the time I can do any meaningful damage. Yeah, I have to be doing more. Not enough, not enough. He was healing too much. Damn. This build might be too slow to do anything meaningful.
You're huge. Do you have any huge on behalf
Okay.
of the Grand Society of blah blah blah?
That is decent, but we're still missing some things.
Come on in. Let's chat.
No.
Maybe I should lower my prices.
Alright, mosquito. Let's give it a shot. Slow and steady, but that's good.
Get it. As spineless
Oh
as a
boy.
jellyfish.
Okay. Alright, so... Not exactly what we're looking for, but it's a start. Kinda need income. Normally I would take the fight there.
Haha. Now this will inspire the crew. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Gotta find more ways to slow. Yeah, upgrade. Oof. Medium items. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. Ah. Damn.
Yay! It's my favorite air breather.
Well, that is something.
wipe off the barnacles. Good as new.
Okay. All right.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated.
Nope.
Ugh, window shoppers.
Okay. I think we're gonna go with Jack so that we can get potentially a rapid thaw. Something we kind of need. We need a good way to increase the damage on these. Do we lose off the back of the storm? I think we do.
I do believe
Yeah.
it's harvest.
Damn. Gumballs. Could get some red ones. Which would be a start, but not as many red ones as I would have liked. Alright. Fair enough. Don't have a good feeling about this, even though it's a dually that hasn't won at all. Usually means it's a good build. It's just that it came up against something that just stuff that was too powerful for it. Yeah, like that. Where is it getting its regeneration from? When you slow, got it.
There's no time but the present. I don't believe my sisters.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm on the edge of the flank.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Okay, that's good. Tripwire. Charge this for 3 seconds.
Hey, take your time. I'm in no hurry.
I wonder. Could try it, I guess.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Gold tier.
I am just a man who has lived a long time.
Okay, we do have tools. for a second.
I have seen such talent once before, and it bloomed into a Dira.
All right.
Come
Second
to steal
try.
my potions. Filthy beast.
Yeah, don't have a good feeling about this. I think our damage is too low. Actually, when I think about it, this was a bad skill to get.
I've been smashed.
Should have gone with a weapon skill. Could have gotten the iron sharpens iron skill. Probably would have been better. Okay, let's hope for some red ones. Kinda yes, kinda no. We can't even afford upgrades though. I guess we'll go with this.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Ooh, this doesn't look good. Yep. Nope, this is over. Yeah, that's just too bad. We just didn't have good stuff.
I fight for
Pretty
my
unfortunate.
people. Their strength lifts me.
That's like how a lot of ranked runs are going, though. We're kind of barely getting out there. Damn, just one. It's kind of pathetic. Alright, well. That's how it is. Alright. Companion. Curio, I guess.
I got everything you need. Just a matter of finding it. Hooey! Now that's a bargain.
No. Alright. This should be fine.
People first, profit 10th.
Hmm.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Non-weapon
Come
items.
with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
Eh.
I feel like that decision comes from a negative place.
You do see these tusks, right?
What the hell? This guy is level 2 already. Yeah, this is auto lose. I do no damage, and they're a Regal Blade build. There's basically no way out of this one. So we just die. The end. That is crazy. They got all that and was level 2. Small, large. I think we're just gonna get EXP here.
You picked that up
Envelope.
quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Come on in. Let's chat. Do you
Okay.
have to leave already?
Hmm.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Crab. Hope to not die. Good. Sure. Not really the one I was looking for, but okay.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. See that mountain?
Not great. Okay, but not
Offer a
great.
free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Oops. Okay.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Okay, not really feeling good about this one. Oh. Straight up dead. Okay.
Land legs make you predictable. You move in straight lines.
Small, large, small non-weapon. happen. It's okay, I guess. Okay. That works.
First the flame, then the steel.
This one should be winnable, which is nice for a change.
I have failed
Good.
you, Storm Queens.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation. Every item.
No brick buddy, huh? Okay.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. My people live in peace. Boring!
Okay. A vineyard. Boy, cutlass build. That's troubling. This might be doable. Thankfully, their build isn't that good.
I can see you're going places.
Cool.
I'm chasing you.
That's actually huge. Getting a victory on day 3 is pretty important. Getting a victory at all, rather.
I would never debase my wares by haggling.
Okay.
Tell everyone you got it here. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
A metronome, okay.
The world is pretty scary. You might want some armor.
Still no brick buddy. Okay. Very stingy, this game, I see.
You see this wrench? How about a closer look?
This should be fine.
Hey, what's one more scar? I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
There we go.
Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye. So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving.
Okay, let's do this. Yeah, that's probably good. Just stick with that.
I teach, you learn. We're good team.
Burn, freeze.
When you're ready,
Sure.
I'll send you to Orlando. But I'll keep you as long as I can.
I feel like you're not being fully present.
Not the
with
best
me.
offers.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Yeah, this should be fine.
Defeat does not
There we go.
defeat me.
It wasn't iron sharpens iron that I was thinking about last time, but
Just close
Okay.
your eyes and grab something. That's been sitting there 20
Okay, maybe.
years, waiting for you. It warms my rusty circuits to see that final.
Let's try that.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right? Now,
Maybe.
if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Let's try the noble. Should be good enough for that. Not enough damage.
Oh,
It would have been better keeping in the lizard. Okay. Okay, let's do that.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
Metronome would be nice.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for
Oh, wow.
you.
Hmm.
If it's not right for you, bring it back.
Okay.
I want you to be happy.
Works for me.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Kinda just need metronome and we'll be good to go.
Like my crew says at the bar, another
All right.
round.
I've salvaged more Droidicans to join you on your mission. Good luck, both of you.
Dang. And there you go. Very good. More damage, more charge.
Cast aside your deathstruments. You're listening to your needs. That's good, I guess.
I was gonna go with a tool, but I'm pretty sure metronome is just a small item. I don't think it counts as a tool. It's very weird. Oh gosh. And there you go.
The smaller the portions, the finer the view.
There we are.
Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Discounts for peace. You're all guiding
Very
me.
good.
You need it.
Welcome, dear guest. Stay a while.
Okay, rapid thaw would be pretty good. Just saying.
Back to the patch for me, it seems.
Please? Always get that for some reason. Let's go with gold.
I will train you to live.
Haste your items gain 1%. Haste one item. We use the core haste one item for 4 seconds. Let's go with static acceleration. Could do a lot for Ballista, actually. Nothing. Well, there's a chance we could find an... Oh, never mind. That hasn't happened in a while. Let's try that again.
But I can help you finish a fight.
Well, if only we had a way to make use of that.
I hope you live long enough to...
Nope. Okay.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe we have a chance. Crit.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo.
Whatever. That's fine. Gold. Alright, why not? Let's go with chocolate, because we pretty much can't afford anything. Not on 4 gold. CDR is the play. Nice. Cosmic Wind would be good. That works just as well. Okay. More EXP. Bouncertron. Sharpened Steel. Oh man.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Nah. Haste. Ooh, actually, we do want that because we want to make sure this can never be frozen. Or anything. I see. Oh, it was like what killed me. It was the yo-yo. It's crazy. Okay.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works out.
XP. Nice. Isle it is. Oh, that would be nice. Short up. shield skills.
Hardware,
We go with
software?
dually here.
What's the hack today?
Heavy machinery.
I wrote it myself.
Discounts for peace.
Upgrade for the metronome, please.
You are enough.
Come on. Ooh, monster skills.
Stick close
Okay.
to me, and we'll get you out alive.
Ammo. Reload. The item to the left of it. 8 regen. When you heal, your shield items gain 3 shield for the fight. When you slow, haste a weapon for 1 second. Burn items have +6 crit. We have nothing that slows, though. Sure,
Right,
why not?
there's a nice one.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ooh, I see. I think they beat me here.
I paint
Yeah.
my ship red, but I don't.
Just not doing enough. Okay.
Time is an endless nap.
Healing. It's pretty much the obvious pick. Okay.
I got everything you need. Just a matter of finding it. Warms my
Okay,
rusty
CDR.
circuits to see that find a home.
So you, that.
Hooey! Now that's a bargain. I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell. Yeah, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Alright, well. I think Void Golem at this point is too scary. We might be able to beat Property Barons, so let's give it a try. Yes. Okay, good. Wasn't too sure there. Dooley's Workshop. That's actually good enough. I think we always go with core and max health. Yeah. EXP, that gains us a level. We upgrade you, which is perfect. Just need better upgrades for the metronome. Oh, okay, he's got ballista as well. Similar builds here, similar builds. But he can recover. And I can't. I think that's the end of that run, to be honest. Yep. Well. Alright, well, you know. We did slightly better, but not by a whole lot. Not by a whole lot. We're out of ranked tickets now.
My people lack
all right.
ambition. I took it all.
Do a couple of more here. What do we got? That's actually kind of bad, to be honest. All right, go with the bow. XP. We can actually beat the Viper, so let's go for it. There you go.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
My food is gonna make you unstoppable. People first, profit 10.
Oh, that's cool.
Happy to make a
Get
sale.
you.
Sad to say goodbye.
You. Okay. So should be fine.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Okay. We should still be okay, I think. Yeah, this will be fine.
You've got talent.
Okay.
You should put it
Cool.
toward nobler use.
First win's important. Need to keep that up. Most weapon gains 20, sure.
Learned all you can from me. See Argenta.
This might be a medium weapon build. It depends.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meat. I think that
Okay.
suits you beautifully. Tell everyone you got it here.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. That's just if you have a what's it called? Bushel. Keep forgetting. Great.
I've come too far to let you stop me.
Okay,
My battle days are
weapons.
over, but my weapon, enjoy the thrill of battle. Punk Keanu. Use it well. Make me proud. Nunholy teaches stillness. I prefer action.
I can already see all the treasures I'll put you.
And when you carry
Okay.
my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise.
Guess we'll leave it at that for the moment.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
You should know, I'm a bit of
Actually,
a
it was
legend
probably a
on
mistake to
Lado.
put that here. That's fine.
Next time, boys, less
Didn't matter.
plunder, more plunder.
People here look so vulnerable.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Yeah, that's probably
Whoever
true.
said money can't buy class had neither.
Don't really have a way to make that work, so can't do that for now.
I have failed you, Storm Queens. More is more, I always say.
Grade bronze.
Moving up in the world.
Cast aside your deathstruments! You're listening to your needs. That's good, I guess.
Freeze item. Igloo. Okay.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
I see. Oh, you might beat me in terms of attrition. Yep. There's no getting around that, unfortunately. Damn.
I would never debase my wares by. You're a smart one for your size. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Some engineers
Okay.
fix them.
Kane,
I
maybe?
make the things they bet you'll be surprised when that comes in handy.
Ooh. Oh. Ask and ye shall receive.
Hey, I use that brand myself. Quality stuff.
We scorch like the desert sun. Perhaps we struck the wrong
All right.
caravan.
Easy enough.
I can already see all the treasures I'll put here.
Wow. Actually, nothing. What the hell, man?
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons.
Damn.
And I hope you live long enough to reconsider.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care. Try Barcoon. You need
Too
to
poor.
up or something.
My people.
He's basically been offered no income increases.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oh boy.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
You see that, Barker? That's how it's done.
Oh, hello. Welcome to my business.
Well, I mean...
I'm almost sure that was a good trade.
GSMM manual, page 320. Don't let feelings blind you to profit.
Did you see it, Quicksilver? I made a sale.
It's not really my size, but I guess I'll take it.
Okay. That should be fine. Cool. Oh yeah, that's a good one to get. Although a lot of that is kind of trivialized now. 2 income's still better than nothing. So we're gonna go with that.
You've just taken the first step toward. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. Shall I gift wrap it for you? Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Ah. Chocolate it is.
You do see these tusks, right?
Ah, fire dually. Okay. This could get out of control real quick. And he slows. Damn. Well, at least we got there. Barely got there, but we got there.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying. Okay, now sell me something. Something huge. Fine, here's some gold.
We are lagging. Back to it then. Crazy.
On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah, bye! Okay, now sell me something. Something huge!
That makes me worried.
Not very big though, is it?
We're rolling back. Check to see what's going on here. Interesting. Looks like at some point we are going to have to go down.
Small items, small people. I love them on behalf of the Grand Society of them.
Alright.
Mister. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, I don't think we have a way to beat Lich, but... And that's all she wrote.
It's all about motivation.
Nice.
You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Okay, almost at 1 second.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
Tax should be higher. I don't think there are any that I can afford. Let's check. Yeah. 8 and 16. Man, it would be nice, but simply just can't do it.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Yep. Not surprised there.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo with me.
Medium weapons still pretty strong. Still pretty strong.
My battle days are over, but my weapons, Nunholy teaches stillness. I prefer action. Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Ooh, we can't really afford anything. Guess we'll just get a heal item. We can just go ahead and sell. Jack. It's extremely important that we get rapid thaw.
You got me.
There we go.
Damn and all.
Shield. Gold.
I help you discover for yourself.
First strike. Slows weapon free to small item for 1 second. I guess.
Wisdom has power, but not all power has wisdom.
Hope that brat Quicksilver's watching.
Chocolate it is. Because we actually don't have a ton of money.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
Oh my. Okay. Well, can we dish out enough damage before he can up his shield enough? Damn. We needed an extra, probably like 0.3 seconds on that one.
I would spar with you, but this leg, use it well. Make me proud. Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me. Use it well. Make me proud.
Weapons, please? Damn. Actually, yeah. Normally, I would not. Jack it is.
Stay.
Back to the patch for me, it seems.
Oh, come on, man. You're gonna give me succulents 2 times in a row? It's kind of horseshit. Oh boy. Normally I would be happy to see Bird, but... yeah. Because even though it's minuscule, it's still something, you know? Probably should have taken CDR, but...
Boring!
You are... Ah, I see. This could be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, this is over. There's too much shield generation, too much healing. There's really nothing you can do.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Okay. Should be at 1 second now. Perfect.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight. Nunholy teaches stillness. I prefer action. Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
turret. Cannot be frozen slowed. Just go for EXP. Nice.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice.
Ooh.
Space is my canvas, and time is my paint.
Well, it doesn't really help me, but okay. Skills, I guess.
This world is full of noise. You must find the quiet within.
Hey.
You must first defeat your doubt.
All right.
I should warn you. I'm not like other Jabarians.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Had no idea.
Like my crew says at the bar.
Cool.
Another round.
Works for me. Yeah, weapon skills.
Everyone can be a worm cat, but you will try.
20%, huh?
Ancient worm cat technique. Destroy.
It's better than nothing. It's a 1 in 5. No reason not to take that, you know?
You've just taken the first step toward good taste. I think that suits you beautifully.
Okay. Ooh. I don't know if I can beat Arkin, to be honest. Let's try it. I feel like the damage they do is a little much, but just barely. Okay, this skill would be good. Of course, we don't get it. Yeah, let's get gold.
Few
Weapons.
warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons. Use it well. Make me proud.
Whew, expensive. My god.
Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we can't afford you, but we don't really have the means to make you work. So, I guess not.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Damn.
You
No
need a
weapons at
buy?
all.
Someone else finds it. It all works out.
Okay.
You do see these tusks, right?
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Oh gosh.
Bravery
What the hell?
without strength is a sword without a blade.
Yikes. Whew. That was really quick. That was what, like barely a couple of seconds?
People person, and sometimes I sell stuff. Yeah, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
All right. Weird feeling about the enforcers, so let's go with the trash titan instead. Probably gives us a better chance. Cool.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win, but not against me.
Grade your leftmost item.
Now that's quality.
Ooh, Hattie.
Big show for you tonight. Big show.
Hat, please. Oh. What's this? Diamond tier skill. Alright.
And it's gold. Always a fine surprise.
Alright. I have no idea how this is gonna go.
Boring.
Oof. Not that good, it looks like. Yep. That's all she wrote, folks. God, everyone and their mom is playing this stupid ass build. I mean, I can't blame them, like, but oof.
The elder told me
All right.
I never listened.
Unfortunately, one went away from getting another chest in ranked, so big sag. All right, let's do one more.
Sea is bright
Back to
and
Vanessa.
brimming with gold.
Life preserver it is.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more. No
Shovel?
more just stillness. I prefer action.
Shovel's 10 seconds. Yeah, it's too long. Banana bowl it is. If Shovel had more damage, like if Shovel had 40 damage, I would say maybe. Because we have the backup with the life preserver, but I don't know about that. Don't know about that. We'll be fine. We've got life preservers, so good to go. Okay. I mean, that's alright. Kind of depends on what we end up doing.
Come with no weapons, leave with
Wow.
big bargains.
Okay.
Use that for the good
6
of
seconds. Everything's 6 seconds. Dock lines is 4. We'd have to give up this, though. That's fine.
Now
Let's go
this
Finn.
is health food.
And
Literally.
let's get our shield items up a little bit. It's probably better if I took regeneration there, but
Go ahead. Underestimate me.
this should be okay.
Makes this more fun.
Even if we lose.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
Oh gosh. Regal Blade. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Yeah, because by the time... I think even with Life Preserver, I lose... Let's find out. Oh no, not bad. Okay. Okay. We'll take those wins. Really thought I was going to lose there. Okay, well, great. Won't complain about that, that's for sure.
Discounts for peace.
Nope. Maybe. Seaweed.
Glad we could share this experience today.
Dock lines. Yeah, because we're about to level, so...
Being an elder is just one perspective. Youth has its own wisdom.
Leftmost shield item. 20 shields.
You've learned all you can from me. See Argenta. She's...
I guess we'll go the mountain pass. Ooh. I guess we fight.
I studied for this.
I was hoping to get income there, but... okay. Fine. Alright, we got this in the bag. No. I guess one of the XP potions would be good.
Down, anchors up.
Can't really make use of anything else. Damn. Unlucky. Crab it is. We should be safe against the crab. Probably would have been good against the Covetous Thief too, but... this is fun. was easy.
It's over already. We barely got our flags up.
Okay. Let's see, day 2 medium items.
If I don't
Let's
have
check
what
it
you
out.
need, I'll help you find.
Ooh,
If
shovel
it's not
upgrade.
right for you, bring it
Okay, we
I
take
want you to
those.
Ah, place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Loot. Very nice. Small, large. Burn item. Could be anything.
Why can't I eat myself? It's not fair.
Treats, please. Thank you. Okay.
My
Mystery
fight isn't
pig.
with you insist. You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Palaver.
Mystery pig. Okay. Ooh, this could actually be disgusting. Ah, okay. Shark claws. Yeah, this is gonna make things difficult. For sure. It's pretty much a lose.
All cannon,
Yeah.
no ball.
Does this have... No, it has no crit. It's just pure damage. Well played. Well played, well played.
People first, profit 10.
Cool. Alright.
Do you have to leave already? Yeah.
Take that.
Doesn't work out for you.
That as well to help build economy. Okay. Tool. XP and golds. Always. Do we need healing or do we need shield? I think shield probably. Last time we actually beat this guy. Let's try again. We should be able to more easily clear that now. It really would have been nice if we could have gotten after the Aetheryte, but I think Aetheryte's a little too strong right now. Aetheryte? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Whatever. It's fine.
Again.
Oh, good.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Upgrade. I'm gonna upgrade you.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Okay. Alright.
People here look so fun.
Very nice. It's 4. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, so we're missing a couple of things
Nothing
here.
tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Not really. We don't really have a build for powder
You need a
keg.
Bazaar, someone else finds it. It all works out. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble.
Unfortunately, we are building a cancer build. Not a fan. Oh, we might just straight up die. These things are a little too strong. Actually, we're good. Never mind. I was kind of holding my breath there, but now that I'm scaling past their damage, it doesn't matter.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Oh, okay. That's how it was happening. I was wondering how his damage was scaling up bit by bit. Only 5% crit though. Well, with my luck, I say that, and like, I've had experiences where an item had a weapon had a 1% chance to crit me, and it crit me like 10 times in a row, which is like astronomically impossible. But it's happened. Boy, was it not fun to be on the receiving end of that.
And sometimes I sell stuff.
Actually, yeah.
Oh, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. That's good.
Haste.
Life is urgent. Hurry up.
Nice. Dervish it is, so we can get some CDR. Potentially. I will take the gold bars too. Well, this should be fine. Honestly, what we kind of need right now is
The Bazaar has not softened you.
an astrolabe. That would be nice.
Place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Yeah, Oceanic Rush. So we'll probably eventually sub out dock lines. Silver. Kind of really don't have the space. Small, medium.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something.
Oof, 4 is expensive right now. It's a whole lot of nothing.
But I just want the huge things.
Okay. Mr. Mason.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist, go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Oof. It's 10% crit. Okay. Any skills that allow it to reload? No. So I basically just need to survive, which I should be able to do pretty easily.
My crew says it's
Another
on.
cancer victory in the
Another
bag.
round.
Woo! So exciting. Man. This gameplay, I swear. What do we got? Don't care, don't care. Not really what we need. Also not really what we need. The docks, I guess. Tool. No. Oof. Well, we don't have any poison. Is there a chance we'll get some poison in the future? Yeah, I think so. But for now, we're probably good. You know, I've said that every single time. It's like, we're good against this thing, and then, like, it just fucking destroys us. I honestly don't know. Because of the amount of the poison buildup, I'm gonna say probably kicks our butt. You know? Yeah. Oof, and the poison amount stays. Yep. It seems like every time we went to fight the Gorgon Noble, that was a mistake. Fuck me. God damn. Fine. Okay.
A bad craftsman blames his tools. A good one.
No. Could we... Okay.
Hey, I use that brand myself. Quality stuff.
Yes, this is good. This is good. Now we have a gold shovel, which is amazing. Of course we get Curio now while we have, like, no money. That's fine, actually. Whatever, game, whatever. Okay.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Well, Dooley, I don't know which type you are. I don't like any one of you. And, oh, interesting. Okay. This is survivable. We just need to change out the life preserver for something. I don't know what, though. I mean, I would say, like, crab claw, but, like, in these types of fights, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, probably not. I don't know. What would I switch it out for? No idea. But chalk up another win. Kind of happy and unhappy about it at the same time.
The Bazaar's a
Ooh, what do we get?
place, right?
Nope and nope. Well, that was that reroll is actually a mistake. Very good. Bronze or silver? Charge this. Yeah.
Now this will inspire the crew.
We're probably good against the Enclave Weeper, right? Right? He says, cringing, because worried about dying. Yep, I am worried. Okay, please start ramping up damage. No. Damn it. We have the shield, we just don't have the life, which is a problem. Let's get rid of you, and let's put you in, actually. Man. I'm gonna lose 2 chocolate bars, but that's fine. Oh, wow. Yes, please. That is amazing. Alright.
I may be young for a captain,
Well,
but I've seen my share of storms.
I mean, we really... Ooh, Jabalian drum. Okay. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Okay. This is survivable up to a point. Now it's actually getting crazy, and that might not be possible anymore. Yeah. Damn. It seems like we always get to about, like, right up to the mid-game, and then we get into some serious trouble. I think another big problem is, like, our pufferfish. We need the pufferfish to be sort of upgraded into a better position. We'll go with the vault, because that's going to give us money. So we want to do this. We want to do this. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. We want to make sure not to take any upgrades. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, we didn't fuck that up that too hard, so 13's not good enough, so we'll wait.
You look like a
Let's
hardy one.
dig.
Need some work?
Wow. This is getting expensive. Come on, game. I think we're just gonna go with that.
Were the people who left
It's
these
becoming a
things
bit
behind?
much. Alright. 23 it is. Yep. Joyful Jack, let's hope.
Visitor. How delicious.
Pufferfish is still too slow. Well, this time around we should be fine. But
You got me. Stamina.
ooh, equivalent exchange. Damn. Crit, gold skills. Let's go gold. Hells to the ab. Building crescendo. That's what we need. Medium.
No sale. I want what's right for you. You might try
Nothing we
JJ's
could
shop.
use.
Real friendly
Unfortunate. I guess we'll go with the bars again, even though we're losing 2. Okay.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Oof. Okay, this build actually has me worried. Okay, we should be critting all the time now. Yeah. I mean, items have 50% less chance to crit, but whatever. Should be good. Very good. Very nice. Okay. Nope. Nope.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Alright, come on. Something I can work with. Stop giving me garbage.
It's been nice talking to you.
Alright.
A friend. I mean, a customer.
Nope. Okay.
To make a sale.
We really need an upgrade for Puffer Man. I think we go here for sure. Ooh, Cosmic Wind would do us a lot of good, actually. Please, Cosmic Wind. I implore you, game.
be a skirmish.
Okay. It's kind of useless now, but still.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Too bad we're not playing slow, huh?
Ugh, window shoppers.
Ooh.
I have so much new stuff to show you.
Ah. What a waste.
May the tides bring you back.
Alright, fine.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Are you sure? Have you noticed?
Oh shit, he's got bonk. Ooh. Okay, stall build. Oh, actually not stall. Toxic matchbox. Holy shit. Yeah. Nope, this one's Joker. Poison just ignores my shield and building too much of it. Sad. Well played, well played. Okay. Can we get some upgrades, please? We kind of need them. It's kind of annoying that we're not getting anything. I understand we're on day 9, but like, really need to do more. Because right now this isn't working. Turbo. Okay. I don't know if we beat Revenant. I think we're gonna go for the captain just to be safe.
The tyrant king sends his regard.
Yeah, we'll be okay here, but this build is still incomplete. Okay. No.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Ooh, man, that would be nice, but not really what we're looking for right now.
You probably wanted a large item.
Okay.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ooh, chrono barrier. And this is slow. Yep, that's over.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
Very nice. Very nice self-loop.
No time but the present. I don't believe my sisters.
I will not fail you, Father.
Medium large, okay.
I'm almost sure that was a good trade. Oh, look. It's so tiny.
Your father was a good friend, so I'll help you. But don't expect me to go back.
Okay.
Last time I ate some rice, you were just a girl.
That helps a
You've
little.
come a long way, Lady Corsina.
All right. We should be okay against the octopus, I think. I guess we're gonna find out now. Yeah, we're good. Well, that was fun, huh?
Waste of gunpowder.
Damn. Skills. Sell me something good. Yes. More cooldown. Please. XP. Diamond tier item. Sure. Not really worth it. Alright.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
This build really is suffering from not being able to upgrade the pufferfish. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Fort and heavy matchbox. That's over. Yeah. Damn.
All of this is just training. Our
Too
real
bad.
fight is on Pelago.
We were stopped a lot today. We just could not get to more than 6 victories, it looks like. Well, at least we didn't D-rank completely, but still not good. Oh, okay. Well, we won't leave off on the sourest of notes. We've got 10 chests, so let's do a quick 10 pull here. Maybe we'll get something new, like a new skin or something. No, more dupes. Sad. Okay. Alright, well, I guess that's how it goes. It do be like that sometimes. Unfortunate, but you know what? that's how the cookie crumbles. Pretty unfortunate, but you know what? I'm really happy with today. We had actually gotten a pretty decent amount done. We did some Nunholy, which is pretty fun. I also like the play on words, and it's also very much implicative of certain things depending on how you say it. Along with that, it's a pretty productive day in the Bazaar, to be honest. Even though it was kind of disappointing, for the most part, I think there's sort of like that level of consistency that we're trying to keep up, which is good, but there's like a lot of stuff that just kind of I wouldn't say it necessarily like trivializes certain builds, but like we just like if you have a good build, there's always that chance, right, that someone has like an even better build, even if it's like the best build that you've ever made, or a build that is sort of just missing like a few key spices, I guess, if that makes sense, right? Like our last build actually wasn't bad. The problem was that we weren't finding upgrades for the pufferfish, which is an issue because the pufferfish was at bronze and we were already at like day 10, right? And so it is very, very unlikely that you'll see a silver pufferfish or even a bronze pufferfish at that point. So like if you don't have like sort of like a solid build put together, you more or less like just kind of die when there's not a whole lot you can do about it. I do know that Ray Noodle mentioned that he kind of wants to step away from relying so much on upgrades, but ironically, I think that is something that we kind of can't do, because at a certain point in your build in the run, probably before you reach end game, probably even the mid game, you need to make a decision to pivot your build. And most of the time, you do not know when the correct moment is to do it. You just do it and kind of hope for the best. I mean, I certainly don't know when the right way to go about pivoting is doing it. It usually never works out for me, but I'm also not the best player. I'm pretty average, maybe a little above average. If anything, someone like Rarin, maybe even like Kriparian, that I know of, are probably the ones that I would recommend watching more in terms of kind of when to do what. It's not to say that they all have like their perfect runs like all the time. Like they do have a lot more consistency as far as like high win runs in comparison to myself. But I do know that they are also prone to losing, and that's actually a good thing, because it means that they are human and we are fallible as a species, so that is okay. But other than that, I did want to say I do appreciate y'all for stopping by. As always, I have a lot of fun, trying to entertain, trying to have a good time, whether you are here to lurk or chat whenever you feel like it's necessary or that you want to. Great. I do appreciate people lurking. You guys are literally the lifeblood and the backbone of the channel, so I'm never going to say no to that, even if you say nothing for however long that you're here for, whether that's like entire stream, a couple of minutes, consistency over a period of time, days, weeks, months, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of fun, and today was a pretty decent stream. So thanks for stopping by. Again, appreciate it. And I'm not really sure when the next stream is going to be. I want to say, because today's Wednesday, right? So maybe Friday, depending on what my schedule for work looks like. But I think Friday is when we're going to aim for the next stream. The easiest way to keep up with that, of course, is to just follow me on my Twitter. Link is in the, my page, my channel page. So, just follow me on Twitter. I update there pretty frequently as far as when streams are going to go on, whether or not I have to cancel the stream or move it, and all that. But I will be back in probably a couple of days. So until then, unless there's some kind of surprise stream, please have a good rest of your day. And again, thank you all for watching. See you later. Bye.